menaces to society. Okay, don't need that open at the moment. Yes, YouTube. I know the initial bitrate is way too low, but it's fine. You're fine, YouTube. There it goes. Just have to deal with YouTube having a small heart attack, and then everything's good. That's just how this works. Get this cord kind of situated. I really need to reroute my cords because they're all tangled and crap. I'm gonna get mail, new special transports, so I mean, I don't think I'll ever really be doing them. They have actually made some changes to the game, which is neat. Why am I way out here? Well, looks like before I take a job, I might want to get to a town first. Maybe. Where's that going? How long do I have to get there? 9 hours. That one I have longer to get to. Yeah, I'll do that one. Wait. Do I need to service my truck? Kind of, yeah. Can I... Yeah, I don't think there's really any improvements I can do to the truck. I think it's kind of already basically as good as it's gonna get. I mean, these would make it a little more average, but I like my heavy cargoing and I can light cargo just fine. Yeah, those would be a bad idea. More speeds is good speeds, I guess. I don't know how this stuff works. Still really wish I could put, like, lights on the outside. Maybe I could put that. That might help. But at the same time, that would probably just get annoying. So, nah. Might be worth it to have those. Yeah, screw it, I'll do that. I got the money. Let's go actually pick up this job. And the game crashed. Okay. Let me relaunch the game real quick then. That won't have been saved. Why the game would crash? Unless that was saved. No, it did not save anything I just did. Okay. That was weird. We got a different job now. It's way over there. Yeah, we actually do have different jobs here. That looks fun. It's not very efficient, but it looks fun. And it's not like one of the super heavy loads. Screw it. Let's try that one. I'm not going to bother upgrading the truck. I'm not going to trust it to not crash the game. I don't know where I'm going to get out of here. This way. I need gas. That would be a pretty good thing to get. Hey, there's gas sign there, but I can't get gas in there. Hopefully the game doesn't crash again. I may actually turn on the overlay just to see I know specifically when running this game, there is like, I think it's fan noise from one of my fans, but like I don't know which fan. Like it's not audible the moment I put on the headset. It's like it's not a big deal in the slightest, but especially where all the fans seem to still be operating properly. Speed! It can happen! Yeah, I don't think I'd even be able to see those headlights. Not headlights, mirrors, anyway. There's still so many things I want to be able to get to use with this computer. Like, my upgrading my computer setup is not done. It's just waiting until I have money again. I mean, I technically have money now, but it's set aside for something. One of the things I want is a USB extension that plugs into a PCIe slot, because I've got the spare slot. I could do it, and I definitely need extra USB ports. So the issue there is just finding one that's actually reliable. Because a lot of them I've looked at basically fall into the camp of is good, but you can't put too much stuff into it, or else problems occur. Yeah, I'm gonna go get fuel, so I can see where I can get fuel. Game, why would I want to loop back around? Yeah, there you go, game. My truck will just be slightly damaged. That's really all. It's almost slightly more damaged. Turning is definitely a lot harder now. I'm gonna have to be a lot more careful with my speed. Because, as the patch notes said, even though I didn't go through them, the road's uneven now, which is definitely noticeable. It's definitely very noticeable. I like it. Oh, this is just how the road goes? Oh, jeez. I was trying to turn. This is an awkward road. Do not know why it would be designed like this, but you know, that's... I ain't a road designer. Maybe there's a good reason. There probably isn't, but maybe there is. You know, maybe that little spit of dirt is like sacred or something, and they just couldn't build a road over it. As if that's ever stopped them before. Yeah, another thing I do want to get, even though it would be such a hassle, is I want to get like a proper like racing wheel set up. Oh, that is turning slower. I think that's part of my problem. Maybe I'm Mandela affecting it, but I could swear the wheel turned faster before. Good enough. And like, I've been keeping an eye on Facebook Marketplace to see if I can find someone like just giving one away. There's someone nearby close to doing that, but they're also nearby, meaning Halifax. So I have no way of going to get it. And it's $50. I'm also not sure how well it would actually work, if it would even work at all. Because it's for the Xbox 360. I also just don't know if the $50 they want is unreasonable or not. Because that seems reasonable, but I also don't know what those go for. What I do know is nothing quite beats playing a game like this with an actual racing wheel. And I know that from the PS2 of all things. I don't have it anymore, but I used to have a racing wheel for the PS2. That was kind of neat. Like, it had foot pedal, racing wheel. It was mostly analog because it's PS2. But it was still really cool. I really loved it. And then, you know, some rats happened and it got thrown out. I think my dead zone also got reset. These little movements that used to work aren't now. Maybe it's just my controller's going. I don't know. I will say, because I do just use these streams to talk about just whatever I feel like talking about, really. I've seen a growing number of people who are like, man, I don't understand why everyone doesn't have a VR headset. Like, they're so cool. Why don't you have them? You random person, why don't you VR? Well, I can kind of explain it to these people, even though they aren't gonna listen, because I shouldn't need to explain this to them. VR headsets are expensive. Just because you can afford something does not mean everybody can afford that thing. Like, there are some VR headsets that are more expensive than my whole computer is. And like, I can only go off of Canadian prices. But there are some VR headsets that are in the $2,200 range. Albeit, you can get a Meta Quest for a lot less. Yeah, it's around $650. But, you know, let's let's go back to me getting my new computer. I could have gotten a Meta Quest and hooked it up to my old computer. The 1650 is theoretically capable of VR. It wouldn't have been a good experience. I wouldn't have been able to do anything particularly great, but you know, it's theoretically capable. My old computer is theoretically capable of VR. It's all theoretical because practically it's not. For the cost of that VR headset, even just using my old computer as a base, I could have upgraded the CPU and motherboard and had a far more capable computer rather than a VR headset that is only theoretically going to work. I imagine in practice it actually probably wouldn't have, because the 1650 is just not a great graphics card. It's a step above e-waste. Like, it's capable, but it's not something I would buy for a brand new build these days. Unless I could get one used for like $50. Then I would do it, but you can get literally better graphics cards for $50, $60. Like, currently in my search radius of Facebook Marketplace, which is the majority of Atlantic Canada, I'll admit, there's actually someone selling a working 980, GTX 980 for like $120. Like, that's a far better investment than buying a 1650. Unless you absolutely need the lower power consumption of the 1650. In which case, there's probably still better things you could be buying. I mean, if you absolutely need that low power consumption, you'd probably be best off with an RX 6400, because you're probably running an old office machine, and it's probably low profile anyway, and finding a low profile 1650 is bloody difficult. You can find small 1650s, just not low profile ones. They'll be basically stubby cards instead of, you know, low profile. Like, it's... I have a soft spot for the 1650 because it was my workhorse GPU for like almost 4 years. But I also have a soft spot for the 950. But I can still acknowledge the 950 sucks, and the 1650 sucks, and the 1050 sucks. Really, all of the 50 series graphics cards are not what you really want to be investing in. They exist so that OEMs like Dell, HP, Lenovo can buy them and shove them in pre-builds. Like, that's why they exist. They're not really meant to be the graphics card you buy to put in a brand new custom-built computer. Like, even from a price standpoint, they just don't make sense for that. Especially because, like, you can just buy used and generally get a better deal for a better card. Or even, in some cases, buying brand new. Because, well, a 3050 is about the same cost as a RX 6600 XT, which is a better graphics card. I mean, I get it's AMD, blah, but AMD cards aren't bad, guys. You're literally watching a stream from an AMD card. I mean, sure, the game crashing almost immediately isn't exactly a great sign, but I don't know why it crashed, and it's not like it made an error report. It could legitimately just been the game crashed because of the update. I don't know. Could be it crashed because this truck isn't supposed to have those mount points on the front that I was putting things in. You know, there's many reasons why the game could have crashed, and my hardware is only one of the reasons. Oh, this going on. Okay. Well, this is annoying. might just bully my way through. I am a very heavy truck. So you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. Shouldn't have pulled up that close to me, other truck. Hey, policemen's. Never do this in real life. I know I say this every time. I'm just lazy. Don't feel like rooting around. I would never do this in real life. You should never do this in real life. It is highly illegal. You will be arrested. But I will note, thinking of computer stuff, anyone that keeps an eye on the Steam hardware surveys has probably noticed something kind of interesting has happened. The average computer has changed from February into March. It has drastically changed. The average language on Steam has also changed. 50% of the people who are part of the Steam data survey are using simplified Chinese now. They also are using a lot of 3060s. The 3060 shot from like 2 to 3% to over 10%. The average speed, like base clock speed of a CPU, has also gone up. So, you know, given how big the Chinese market is, it's safe to say anyone who's running dated hardware like I was, you may want to consider upgrading at some point soon. At least within the next couple years. I say this because, well, it's not really a secret that game developers use the Steam data survey to get an idea of what they can do with PC games. So the fact that the most common graphics card right now is the 3060 by a wide margin, that's going to be the new baseline for a lot of stuff. That will be the average requirement. And, well, something like a 1650, a 950, 1050, probably even the 1660 will be getting long in the tooth very soon. Basically anything with less than 8 gigs of VRAM will probably be redundant for new games. Like, it just will not work anymore. Redundant isn't the right word. Obsolete. There we go. That's the word I was trying to think of. Now, I would guess from, you know, right now, a lot of games that'll be coming out this year, next year, will definitely have been being built off of the old averages, which the 1650 was the average graphics card. But 3 years from now, they'll probably be being built with 8 gigs of VRAM in mind to run them at any higher than low settings. Oh, don't make me pull in. God damn it. I just wait. Okay, car, you have room to pull forward. It'd be nice if you would. Why is everybody pulling in? Okay. I don't understand this. I never have. Why does it matter? I mean, that isn't to say that your old hardware won't still play things that are coming out today. It's just if you want to keep up with the newest stuff, you'll definitely want to consider upgrading instead of buying those brand new games. Um, which I will admit that is another thing that like I don't fully get. Like, and I'm getting at myself with saying this too. Of the whole thing of like, oh, I can't afford to upgrade my computer. Yeah, you probably can. Like, I used to say that back when I played EVE Online a lot. For those who don't know, EVE Online is a subscription-based game. And it was about $15-ish a month to play. That's a lot of money in the run of a year. And I didn't have to play EVE, as evidenced by I don't play EVE anymore. Like, not to say I haven't thought about going back, but that's more just nostalgia hitting me and being like, man, I kind of miss the game. But at the same time, I don't miss the game. I mean, like, even just removing the 5 from the equation, that's $120 every year. Add another 60, that's 180. Like, that is in Canadian dollars. And subscription prices have rose for EVE, so, you know, it's actually higher now. But you then take that and apply it to the people who buy, like, basically a new AAA game every month or two. Well, that's like, especially on Canadian prices, that's like $80 to $100 a month you're spending on games. If we assume the higher end of that, you know, for my area, because taxes, that's $100 a month. Well, that's it's 12 months in a year. That is $1,200. Wonder how much my new computer cost me? About $1,600. You could definitely upgrade an existing computer for $1,200. You just have to, you know, set money aside and not touch it. Which is a lot easier said than done. But it is possible. I've done it. And I'm considered irresponsible with my money by multiple people who know me, even though I've technically still got $200 from when I was working almost a year ago. Which, you know, is a decent amount of money to still have. I have over 500 currently in the bank. Which, if my savings account wasn't so weird, I'd have all in my savings and you just take it out when I want it. But my interest rate is based on how long I leave that money alone. So, you know. The longer I can leave it alone, the higher the interest rate goes. And adding more money to it doesn't affect it. It's just taking money out. But yeah, it was really interesting to look at the Steam data survey and see just how much it's changed now that basically the Chinese are on normal Steam and not on, basically a different version of Steam, and then thus not included in the Steam data survey. It also is a perfect example as to why companies care so much about the Chinese market. Simplified Chinese went from 25% of Steam users to 50% of Steam users. Just from it becoming official that they were allowed to use Steam. They were using it before. They just weren't supposed to be doing that. Now they're actually allowed, and they outnumber every other language demographic on Steam. The Chinese market is big. That is why companies care so much and will pander to what the Chinese market wants. Because, quite simply, that's where most of their money is coming from. Webcam's not in the right place, it just occurred to me. A little better. Yeah, it's a little better. It's so hard to aim the bloody thing. But that's the problem with me having terrible depth perception. Everything kind of looks flat, so... Trying to aim something on something that's slightly curved, probably. Well, not slightly curved, but like slightly at an angle. Kind of creates problems. It's closer to where I want it, though. I do have to wonder, and like, I'm not saying this to, downplay China in any way. I do honestly wonder what their average CPU actually is. Because just like, there goes that pausing. The average CPU speed for Steam has gone up. Like the base clock speed. But it has stayed at hexacore. And it has not gone up to such a degree that I believe that they would be running, hexacore modern Intels. Mostly because there really aren't any. Especially none that fit within the criteria of the base clock. So it would almost have to be 10th gen. i5 would be the most common. Which is better than North America. Like I said, I'm not saying that as a diss on China in any way. Based on what I know of CPUs, and given what little Valve tells us, North America / the rest of the world, their average is far closer to like 8th and 9th gen i5s. So, because the average is hexacore. Most people are using hexacore CPUs. And for those who may not know, that means 6-core CPUs. Which means I'm over double the average, because I have 14 cores. And I want more. You better believe if I had the money, I'd be running a modern Threadripper. I'd be ripping them threads. I mean, it's not as good for gaming. The single-threaded performance of a Threadripper is not great, but the multi-threaded performance is amazing. Plus, it would be absolutely beautiful looking at Task Manager and seeing 128 nodes. Like, that would be beautiful. Seeing the, like, 20 I've got now is already beautiful. Seeing more would be even better. Which, honestly, and I know I already talked about this when it comes to my new computer. And, like, for anyone on Twitch, I've actually got my computer specs down below the stream now, because it's actually something to be kind of proud of now. The main reason I went, aside from I could get a better graphics card, because I was saving money, I went Intel instead of AMD. Like, I could have went AM4 and probably got really good gaming performance and probably a better graphics card, like a good gaming CPU and a better graphics card for less money than I spent on my Intel one. But I do more than just game, so that impacted my decision making. Like, the fact that I do edit means I need a CPU capable of editing. And more cores is better for editing. The more cores you can give an editing program, the better. Like, I've yet to even do a test render yet, but I can already guarantee you it's going to be exponentially faster than my old i5 was, because I'm going from hexacore to whatever 14 core would be called. Decaquada? No, that doesn't sound right. Quad Deca would be 40. I don't know. Doesn't matter. 14 cores. Now, admittedly, 8 of those cores are slow efficiency cores. Slow. They're still faster than my old i5. And they're still not awful cores. They're basically i3 cores. Which also, you know, kind of kills the market for i3s. I don't know what Intel was doing there. I'll also say my computer is definitely a lot beefier than it really needs to be, because of the fact that, well, I do things that the normal person doesn't. Like, if you don't stream and record and edit and do everything on one rig, you don't need this powerful of a computer. You could probably get by on like a 2060, preferably 2060 12 gig. Hell, the 3050 is arguably cheaper, so I'll just say 3050. Could probably get by on like a 3050, an i3, 13th gen i3, like the 13100. You know, you don't need anything big. But where I do all this extra stuff, having the extra performance does matter. Because as much as I'm not, you know, well, I can't say I'm not making money off of this, because technically I have. I've made $14 now. But time is money. And, you know, having instances where I'm saving, like, let's say, half an hour on a video render. Well, that's half an hour I can now spend doing other things. Honestly, with my setup the way it is, I could probably do things while rendering. Purely because I do have enough RAM and CPU cores to now do that. And it's really nice. I should actually test that at some point. I know I have already kind of put this computer to the test with that kind of thing. With, while I was getting this computer, my girlfriend and one of her friends were really into playing Pixelmon, so I was hosting a server for them. I'm currently not hosting the server anymore, but there were multiple times shortly after I got this computer, I was doing really intensive loads while hosting the server, and there was no problems. Which was really nice, because I really couldn't do that before. Like, I just did not have the RAM before, basically. Which is another thing of, like, 64 gigs of RAM? Well, that's 64. That's my ideal. That's what I'm ultimately going for. 16 gigs of RAM is enough for gaming. You really don't need more than that right now for gaming. For streaming, editing, you know, that kind of stuff, you kind of want more. 32 is what I have now. My ultimate goal is 64. Which kind of plays into the, I have more plans for upgrading this computer further on even its existing hardware. And I'm really hoping... Ooh, that truck is really jittery. I'm really hoping, though I basically already know it's not going to happen, that next-gen Intel will still be able to run DDR4 RAM, giving me an upgrade path. Because right now, my only realistic upgrade path is to a 13th Gen i9. There's like one i7 that I could realistically upgrade to and get a minor performance upgrade, but the only real tangible upgrade I'm gonna get is gonna be a 13th Gen i9, and that would take completely reworking my system, basically, because I would need a new CPU cooler, I would need basically a liquid cooler, I would need, you know, the new CPU, obviously, and it's just, that's too much for what little I would be getting. So I'm kind of hoping whatever Intel's next desktop CPU line is actually, you know, still DDR4 compatible. Like, it'd be really nice. I mean, theoretically, this is wholly theoretically. Oh, god damn it. DDR5 isn't necessary for AM5. It's just every AM5 board right now just doesn't have the RAM control hardware. My dude, do you know what an accelerator is? Press it, please. Because, like, from what I understand anyway, the difference between DDR4 and 5 RAM is basically where the RAM control chips are. With DDR5, they're directly on the RAM stick. With DDR4, it's on the motherboard. Yeah, I'm only gonna go 90 through this, just to play it safe. Jeez, when they say watch for slow trucks, they mean it, because they're taking up both lanes. Come on, AI. You can do better than this. I could be taking this turn so much faster if this traffic wasn't here. I'm just letting gravity take the wheel now. Not the wheel, but the wheels. Like, assuming next-gen Intel can run DDR4, which I'm still really hoping they can, you know, which will basically mean the next 2 generations will still be able to run it in the same sort of way that you can run, like, I could buy a DDR5 motherboard for my current CPU. That would allow Intel to stay as the budget choice, because currently that's why they're the budget choice for modern CPUs. If you're just after budget for budget's sake, like you just have a really small budget, AM4. AM4 is the way to go, and I'd say to actually buy your motherboard in person somewhere, so that you can be more sure that it's gonna run on a 5000 series CPU. Otherwise, you're really just taking a risk, which is another reason why I didn't go AM4, was just, I don't want to have to deal with the hassle of BIOS flashback. On top of that, not every motherboard has BIOS flashback, and getting one with a BIOS flashback button was not generally the most budget of options. It's also not really the easiest. To figure out which motherboard to even go with AM4. Honestly, I kind of wish they would make that stuff a little more user-friendly. Well, consumer-friendly. Because, like, there's enthusiast grade stuff, there's non-enthusiast grade stuff, and the numbers mix, they use different letters, It's all very confusing. I feel like I'm in a Mario Kart course. But yeah, my ultimate goal, I keep starting this thought and never finishing it, is that if next-gen Intel supports DDR4, I'm gonna upgrade through Intel probably to just the next-gen i5. Or the next, you know, the 2 generation from now i5. Because those will just probably be the good mid-range CPUs. And that is if I have the money when that happens. Even if I don't have the money, as long as I still have that upgrade path, I will probably still stick with Intel for the most part. That's honestly my biggest disappointment with AMD, is just the fact that you have to buy DDR5 to use AM5. And when it comes to productivity, you know, video editing, stuff like that, AMD CPUs just don't have the cores and threads anymore. Intel has kind of taken the productivity lead from them. And, well, their gaming lead isn't really that great either. Oh, I need to stay over here anyway. And like I say that because like even the 7800 X3D is not, it's not as good as people hoped. I mean, even myself, like, I've been talking to a friend about his potential computer upgrade, basically. And I'd been thinking, you know, he wants an AMD CPU. I'll just wait and suggest the 7800 X3D to him. Honestly, I don't feel it's worth the money. Like, it's definitely a good CPU, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's awful or anything. But with its price compared to just, like, a 7700X, I don't see it as being worth it. It's not enough of a performance upgrade over the existing desktop CPUs to justify the extra cost. And it does cost. Like, in Canadian money, in our funny Monopoly money, it's about the same price as an i7 13.7, I think it is. The 13th gen i7, the highest, literal highest performance i7. in terms of gaming performance, it's not much better. It's got a slight edge due to the cache, but not enough of one to justify the price, especially when you consider a lot of the benchmarks are showing that it's, while it's a good CPU, in things that aren't using more than 6 cores, it's comparable to my i5, which is well under half the price. Well, that looks different. No, I don't want quick jobs. Ooh. An all-terrain crane. Oh, that is a long job. Oh, but that money, though. Basically driving across the country. Vertically, but still. Jesus. I mean, it's not one of the annoying jobs. That is a lot of money. I mean, it's a long trip. You know what? I'll do it. This is probably going to be a very long trip. Oh, and the job pickup is literally right next door. Okay, how... Where do I have to go to... I think I need to go this way. I need to reverse in from here. Yeah, I can slightly off-road this. Off-roading is fine. Give myself a little more room. There we go. Ooh, that's gonna clip. Or not. Okay. This is a long trailer. Jesus. Okay. What if I don't want to make this turn? Come on, car. You gotta go. I need all the room I can get. I mean, this is probably the kind of job that, should have, like, guidance, but, you know. It's a bit long for that, I guess. Like the trip itself. Oh, I'm gonna need to get fuel at some point. I didn't even think of that. Where am I gonna be able to get fuel? Cause like this bugger be long. And also, in case anyone's wondering, this is what it looks like to not have your high beams on. You really can't see much ahead of you. And to be fair, if this was reality, you'd probably be able to see a little more because the moon would be helping you see, and, you know, you really shouldn't run your high beams all the time unless there's no traffic on the other road. Like the other highway lane. I don't think I want to go much faster than this. I don't think my truck can. But yeah, I do honestly feel like right now, Intel is winning the desktop CPU race. Right now. Now, let's say, you know, a couple years from now, AMD might be back on top, but they're really going to need to change things to manage that. Especially for people like me. Like, for the average gamer, quite honestly, you'd probably still be fine running an AM4 setup. Like, AM4 was good, and if AMD puts the same longevity into AM5 as they did AM4, it's going to be great. Because that'll mean by the end of AM5, it will be absolutely kicking ass. And will be great for years to come. But, as it currently stands, there's not a big reason to buy into AMD's AM5. Like, even if you have a ton of money and you're a gamer, the 7950 X3D is not what you want. Because you've effectively just bought a 7800 X3D and a crappy 8-core CPU. Like, because of how the bigger X3D chips are working. And even then, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you need a lot of extra knowledge to try to make sure they don't go wrong. Truck, why would you do that? Like, things I've been hearing are like the 7900 and 7950 X3Ds. If you don't manually tell the computer what cores to use while gaming, it can just not grab any of the X3D cores. Hello, DaVinci the pilot. Yes, I am driving at night, because it became nighttime in game. I think the deers need to watch out for me right now, because I ain't stopping in a hurry, and I honestly don't think they'd even make a dent in this truck. They would probably become a fine red mist. You know, heavy objects in motion tend to not like to stop. No idea. Don't know what either of that means. I am not your average car person. I know very little about this. It's a truck, it go vroom, it pull things. The bar graph says I have the highest heavy cargo. That's all I know. Like, I'm not really a car person. I just really enjoy this game. It's very relaxing. Even more when stuff like that happens. That turn almost didn't. Really wishing I didn't have to have slowed. I wouldn't have had to have slowed down there. I'm streaming from Atlantic Canada. To get more specific, Nova Scotia. I'm one of them Canadians, eh? What? What did I hit? Apparently I hit something. Ah, nice. I'm not sure I've ever had a viewer from South Africa before. Welcome. I probably have, it's just never told me in analytics. I don't even think I have access to those analytics anymore. I miss being a YouTube affiliate. I used to be a YouTube affiliate because I met their old requirements, and then they changed the requirements, and now I'm no longer an affiliate. So I'm literally... I have an AdSense account, but I cannot use it. Because I am not a YouTube affiliate. Thank you, YouTube, for cutting the music. It likes doing that. Hold on. Yes, I am still watching YouTube. Imagine that. I'm using it for background music YouTube. Yeah, I should probably actually not be going 100 for this. I'll go 90. Coffee. Sadness. I will say, I do tend to just ramble about things, so... Mostly because, and I'm pretty sure I explain this just about every stream, but new people show up, so, you know. If I were just sitting here blankly staring at the webcam or the screen when you showed up, you'd probably have been less likely to have stayed and said something, because, you know, I'm just sitting here blankly staring. But the fact that I just ramble about things lets people that are showing up know that I do talk about things. I am actively here and speaking. I am capable of doing this. It also probably drives some people away because they show up and they hear me talking about something they have zero interest in and they just leave. Especially where I've noticed I tend to ramble about computer stuff a lot while playing this game now. I think it's just because it's a game that I can just shut my brain off with, and, well, having recently bought a new computer and obsessed over researching this new computer for like 3 months, my brain is still kind of full of computer stuff. My YouTube is still full of computer stuff. Which, actually, thinking of that reminds me of something that NVIDIA has just recently done that I find hilarious. They have released the RTX 4090, or as they call it, the GTX 1080 killer. I'd sure hope so, NVIDIA. I would sure hope that it is better than your graphics card that is 7 years old. The problem with that mentality, and it's something that someone clearly never told NVIDIA, as long as the 1080 is still a capable graphics card, people are not going to upgrade away from it. It's the same as, you know, probably 5-6 years from now, there will still be people using a 2080. And then a decade or more from now, there will be still people using a 3080. Like, they'll still be fully capable graphics cards. So people will still be using them until they stop working. And, you know, the older they get, the cheaper they're gonna get on the used market. I need fuel. I don't even know if I can fit into this station right now, but I need fuel. I also need some coffee, so... Stop, truck. Climbing that ramp is going to be an experience. Okay, where do I pull into this place? This looks like a spot I can pull in. It's probably not where I'm supposed to, but I can. And it lines me up decently well with here. Stop! I'm gonna bonk this on the way out. Oh, no, I'm not. You know what I could do while I am here is repair my truck. Because it is a bit damaged. Okay, I can pull out here, so I'm going to do that. I am going to quickly pause right here, and I'm going to go and grab some coffee. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm really liking having this actual dedicated BRB screen. It's really nice. I know it's probably not the intention, but that sign looked like a pirate. The gas station sign. Come on, Trek, you can do it. You can climb the hill. I feel like this playlist is replaying the same song a lot. And I do not know why. But I could swear this song has played multiple times already this stream. I may have to turn off the playlist shuffle. It seems to be broken. Actually manually change the song because I have heard this song too much already. Let's see. Could just run no music. I'll go this. Turn off the shuffle. Gotta give, Cheetah Men was a terrible game, but its theme wasn't bad. It's very basic, but it's not bad. My kitty has climbed down onto her tower. If I don't pay enough attention to her while I'm streaming, she will get very offended. And then start getting into everything she can to get attention. Because she is very much a case of negative attention is all she really needs. Any attention, she'll take negative. All the negative. Though, my sister will probably be getting up soon. And she'll probably just start bugging my sister, which will be great. Give me a break. Ah, road work. Seems like every time I get up to speed, I realize something and have to slow down. Gotta stop chewing on my lips. It's a really bad habit I've picked up when I was very young, and I've just yet to stop. Yeah, at the very minimum, like with my computer, upgrading it in the future, even if I do have to upgrade the RAM, upgrading everything except the graphics card will probably still be cheaper than buying a new graphics card when it comes time to upgrade, which was partially why I went slightly overkill on the graphics card with a 6700 XT. I wanted to go with a 6800. If I had gone with the 6800, I would not have had the money to buy the power supply to fit into this computer. I did have a backup plan. Like, I did have something I had planned on doing to not need this, and that was, we have an old, I think it's HP case from a really old computer upstairs that's completely empty now. It has been completely stripped. It still needs cleaned out. But I was going to move all of my computer into that, and then also move the fans from the case I'm using into that. And the other power supply I was using would have just worked. Because there's room. It would just screw in. The screws are in a standard ATX location. It's just the power supply itself is not standard ATX size. Because thank you, Dell, for being special. Aside from that, I also had the ability of just putting the power supply back in the case it came out of, which was an old Alienware R4 case. And that also would have worked, but that would have required putting that Alienware R4 case back together, which is a lot of work, and I really didn't want to do it, so I didn't. Like, that's about it. I could have made that case work as well. I just didn't want to. Like, there are multiple things I could have done to make the old power supply work if I had gone with the 6800, which I still kind of wish I had. But the 6700 XT is more than good enough. It's basically just post-purchase depression. It's not exactly the right thing, so I'm not depressed over it, but, you know, post-purchase regret kind of deal, I guess, on not getting the best I could have gotten. Little car, what are you doing? You are fully capable of going faster. And it basically just equates to the 6800 would last me that little bit longer without needing to be replaced. And given longevity is what I was really looking at with this computer, you know, it's kind of important. Which is why I was honestly still tempted to go AM5. But the issue if I had gone AM5 is I'd be running probably just an RX 6600, which I would probably outgrow a lot sooner than I'll outgrow any part of this computer. When I do upgrade this computer, I'm going to have to spend more money than I would normally, assuming Intel's next gen doesn't also still support DDR4. But I'll also still have all of this old stuff that'll probably still work just fine for the next 5-10 years. So, you know, I've got that going for me. Oh, God. Once again, I just got up to speed. I will say that that Alienware R4 case was actually kind of neat in how it worked. Like, that seems to be my response to basically every Dell case. They're neat. I like them. I don't like how the rear I/O panel is always affixed to the case, which would have been the main problem with reusing that Alienware case, is I would have had to have basically destructively removed the rear I/O panel, or I/O shield. It had LEDs in it, and these LEDs were, you know, basically controlled by an extra control board, which, you know, makes sense. There was a lot of them. And that extra control board did not connect to the power supply at all. And you'd be like, okay, well then how did it power itself? 2 rechargeable batteries that were connected to the power supply. That's how. It had a pair of N-loop lithium-ion batteries that were hooked up to a charging circuit that was hooked up to the power supply. So basically, the power supply charged the batteries, and the batteries ran the lights on the case. Which is neat. It's definitely a bit of over-engineering, but it's neat. Basically means that you could hook up any new hardware to that case, and as long as you have the light control board and the batteries, you're set. You'll still have the lights. And you could probably, if you knew how to solder and had a soldering iron and all that, you could probably hook up a completely new set of lights to that control board and power it the same way. Like, it still had connections to the motherboard. Because, I mean, otherwise the lights would just always be on. But it seemed like its main power came from the end loops. Milk. Yeah, I'm gonna pull over into the slow lane. I may as well. Saves me from having to try to cut over into it. And yeah, back thinking of the X3D chips again, there's actually a group of people that need to be very wary of these CPUs. At least wary of spending all the money on them. And that is Final Fantasy XIV players. You might be sitting there thinking, why? They perform worse than a lot of other CPUs do at 14. Like, considerably worse. Like, in most cases, my current i5 was outperforming them. Now, a large part of that can easily be explained by the lead producer, developer for Final Fantasy XIV having gone on record in the past stating that he did not believe any AMD processor was suited for Final Fantasy XIV, and thus they were not going to natively support AMD processors. Which is a little ironic, given most consoles run AMD processors, and Final Fantasy XIV is on console, but maybe he just doesn't know that. Or maybe he just meant desktop CPUs, not the console CPUs. I don't know. Even though you can actually get the PS5 AMD CPU as a standalone thing from AMD. But they're basically defective versions that wouldn't stand up to what the PS5 needs. So... and the system is definitely not as powerful as a PS5. Well, that's not exactly accurate to say. It's as powerful, it's not as well optimized. I feel like that's the more fair thing to say. Because that's just the thing with consoles. Consoles are more optimized, and thus things run better on consoles than they do on PCs of equivalent power. Like, my old computer, aside from it running a magnetic spinning disk hard drive, like, hardware-wise, is as good, if not better, than a PS5. PC games are not optimized the same way console games are. That same game running on console is optimized for that console. Its settings have been fine-tuned for that console. It's going to run better than my old computer could run it. But if a game was as optimized on PC as it is on console for, you know, the specific hardware in my old computer would run it better. Because, well, it just has more advanced hardware in it. It just simply comes down to that. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself back to 105. I mean, I can do the 129, I just don't trust doing the 129. Not with this load. I mean, it's a little big. Just a little. Little big, little heavy. It is indeed an oversized load. You know. Okay, I don't need to press I have a button on the controller for that. Like, that is something that's kind of hard to get through to a lot of console gamers. It's that their console really isn't as powerful as they think it is. Their console is more optimized. Really? I just got up to speed. Why you do this to me, game? I say that. I've been up to speed for a while, but still. This is such a stupid thing. I will never understand this. Like, what is even the point? Other than to slow people down, I guess. Like... I mean, like, a case in point of, like, consoles aren't as powerful as you might think they are. The PS5 is running Zen 2 integrated graphics. So basically Vega 7, Vega 8, if that. You know what also runs that? While also being just a faster processor? An AMD Zen 3 processor with integrated graphics. Like the 5600G. You know what also runs that same sort of processor? The Steam Deck. Like, the Steam Deck has other deficiencies. Of which, and like, I know I've rambled about the Steam Deck before, but man, I kind of wish Valve would have done a better job in the first place with the thing. Like, there are modern games coming out that the Steam Deck cannot play. And the Steam Deck is a 720p display. And there are games it cannot run at 720p. You hook it up to a 1080p monitor, which they sell you the hardware to do, and now you can't play anywhere near as many games as you could on handheld. Like, purely because, well, you're hooking it up to a higher resolution display than what it can handle. But the problem with that, and it's something that Valve undoubtedly knows, and that I could tell people from being someone who, well, until very recently has only had pre-built computers. Pre-built users don't upgrade that often. That's why Valve has no interest in making a Steam Deck 2 right now. There's no point. Everyone that bought one is not going to upgrade. Probably only a very small portion of those people are going to upgrade. But at the same time, that small portion of people who are going to upgrade, or that would upgrade anyway, are going to go and upgrade to whatever is the best handheld gaming PC. And from what we've seen, that is going to be ASUS's handheld gaming PC. Like, simple as that. So, you know, the fact Valve doesn't have something ready right now as an answer to that product, they may lose their most die-hard customers, or at least their most enthusiast-grade customers, and basically be stuck with their pre-built customers, which, at the same time, people may not upgrade pre-builts often, but there is something to be said about still offering newer pre-builds. Like, for instance, Dell, big OEM manufacturer of pre-built computers, has a new pre-built for basically every new generation of hardware, to a degree. They sometimes don't, but, you know. Stop! No, don't go backwards. Why would they put stoplights here? But because Dell does offer a pre-built, basically a new one every year, a new iteration, that means anytime someone's going looking for a pre-built, they're getting something that's, decently modern, more expensive than if they built it themselves, but it saves them the effort of building it themselves. And they can be reasonably confident that it's going to run everything they want it to run. You can't be confident that the Steam Deck is going to run what you want it to run anymore. Honestly, you couldn't be confident in the first place because it runs Linux. And that in of itself is a problem. That the Asus handheld gaming computer is not going to have, because it runs Windows 11. Which also means that this Asus handheld gaming computer will also be able to run productivity tasks. It will also be able to, run OBS. I don't know if the Steam Deck can run OBS. Given its capabilities, I highly doubt it. I doubt it could stream. You could stream off of this Asus machine. Because it is running Windows. If you can do it on Windows, you could do it on this machine. Past the white line. Like, those are things that Valve really should have thought about when they were making their machine. But I get the feeling there was a handful of the engineers at Valve who are big Linux nuts and really just wanted to build their own Linux distribution. And so they did. And then they managed to convince the higher-ups that, yeah, this is the way to go. We'll just try to make sure most games on Steam run on Linux. And they did. But not every game. There's a lot of games that don't. And that list grows every day as more games get added to Steam that don't work on Linux compared to the ones that get added that do work on Linux. And I have nothing against people who like Linux. Except for those who would try to argue that it's better than Windows. And I have something against them because clearly they're failing to observe reality. And that's not to say Windows is a good operating system. It's kind of not. But it's better. It's it's one of those things of, I tolerate Microsoft. And even with that tolerating them, I am, my version of Windows 11, I am running a tweaker that literally makes it closer to Windows 10 than the normal Windows 11 experience. Purely because I cannot stand the normal Windows 11 experience. It's just not good. There's a lot of things about Windows 11 that just suck and are annoying. Case in point, tabs in File Explorer instead of new windows. Who asked for this? Well, apparently a lot of people were. But why? Why would you want that? The tabs are functionally less efficient than a new File Explorer window is. The extra options that are forced in your face when you open a context menu on your desktop, unless you hold Shift to get the actual useful context menu. Who asked for that? Who hurt you? Windows 11 is just an annoying operating system if you don't fix those problems. And you can do it. There's a universal Windows tweaker that you can use to just fix those problems. Or if you know enough about doing this stuff yourself, you can just manually do it. You don't even need the tweaker, because all the tweaker's doing is just changing some settings. And there's a lot of things you can change about Windows 11 to make it better. It's honestly kind of astounding the amount of stuff you can change about Windows 11 to make it just work better. And honestly, I probably would have avoided Windows 11 if I, had the option. But where Windows 10 is ending support in the next few years, it didn't make sense to put Windows 10 on the machine, my new computer, just to replace it in a couple years with a new operating system. It just didn't make sense. It's less effort to just put Windows 11 on it now. And I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh man, Linux is gonna explode if Windows 12 sucks. No, it isn't. It's not. You wanna know why I can confidently say that? And that's the argument is, oh well, it'll be two bad operating systems in a row. 11 and 12 is bad. 10 was also considered bad. 8 was also considered bad. People have been considering Windows bad since Vista. And it's not really driven that many more people to go to Linux. Purely because Linux just is not there yet. Which, is one of those things of, I feel like it's because it's so disjointed. Because Linux as an operating system has been around for a very long time. But as time goes on, it almost feels like they're getting further and further behind without the help of big players stepping in and being like, no, we need, get your shit together. It's time to move into the modern age. It is fair to say the Linux enthusiast model just doesn't work for everybody. It works for very few people. According to Steam Analytics, it works for less than 1% of people. And that's counting Steam Deck users. Which there are over 1 million of. At least over 1 million units sold. Now, whether they're all actively using their Steam Decks on a regular basis, that's... well, we know they're not. Quite simply, we know they're not because you can find some on the used market. There's a lot of people who, I imagine if you were to ask them, hey, how often do you use your Steam Deck? Their response will probably be like, maybe once a month, if I even bother doing that. My computer or my console are just better. Because it's just true, they are. I think YouTube has paused the music again. Can't really stop to do anything about it at this exact moment. Which is really annoying. I wish I could just hit my media key and have it continue playing. But I can't. Okay. It's, yes, I'm still watching YouTube. Imagine that. But, like, it's... There are people out there who are really smoking the hopium, and they truly do believe that Linux, you know, all it's going to take is Windows 12 being crap and Linux is going to explode. But that's just not... We have data showing that isn't going to happen. Like, if just 2 bad operating systems in a row from Windows was all it was going to take, then people would have swapped instead of going to Windows 10. But they didn't. And, like, honestly, myself, I don't see the problem with Windows 11, assuming you use the tweaker to fix the built-in problems. Which isn't hard to do. Like, it's literally a download, click a few boxes, and you're done. Moab! Quick, someone get the dart monkeys. I mean, like, it's also a case of, like, a lot of the arguments for Linux, I honestly still don't even really understand. Like, oh, it's more customizable than Windows. In what way? Like, can anyone explain to me what is more customizable about Linux? What are you customizing? Like, aside from basic coloration of things, desktop background, what else really is there to customize? I mean, maybe I'm thinking of customization in all the wrong ways, but, like, I don't see it. Like, what is so special about the Linux customization that Windows doesn't do, apparently? I'm not understanding. And, like, this isn't a thing of where I'm trying to bash Linux. I'm really not. I'm trying to understand Linux. I feel like that's the best way to put it. Like, I'm trying to understand Linux and the mentality of Linux users. Because, like, once again, like, what customization does Linux offer that Windows doesn't? Like, are you referring to being able to customize files in the operating system? Because that's not a huge selling point to me. Nor would it be to the average person. Yet that's always something Linux fanboys throw around, is, you know, fanboys and fangirls. We'll include fangirls too. There's probably at least 12 of them. Honestly, there's probably only about at least 24 Linux users, so it's a pretty good ratio. I'm joking. Like, with the whole Linux is so customizable always thrown around, like, I would expect it to be an obvious thing that Linux does Win doesn't. But there's nothing really obvious. I don't, you know, aside from just the, oh, it's more customizable. Trust me, bro, like, I've never had anyone able to even tell me what is more customizable. In the defense of Linux users, I've never really asked, aside from right now, so, you know, there is that. I've never really had an opportunity like this to just ramble about Linux and versus Windows. Like, it just kind of reminds me of the Mac versus PC stuff from way back in the day, where, you know, the selling points of a Mac really just aren't, if that makes any sense. I didn't pull it far enough. Good thing this job is paying a lot. Like, the biggest selling points of a Mac is like, oh, well, we have our own proprietary software that we've worked out with other companies that works better on ours. It's like, great. So what you're saying is all someone has to do now is make a better piece of software than that works on Windows, and Windows is now better than you because you've worked out this proprietary support and you're never going to do anything with anyone else. Like, oh, apples are harder to get viruses on. Yeah, but it's not impossible. Like, I'm honestly still surprised that that's even an argument. It's like, oh, well, it's harder to get viruses. Yeah, it's also harder to get viruses running, you know, Windows XP. That's because Windows XP can't really do anything anymore. You can't really go to where viruses are because the internet is shut off to you. It's also harder to get viruses on Linux because viruses don't tend to target Linux because almost no one uses it. Though I can almost guarantee there is probably more viruses now than there were before the Steam Deck came out because, well, pre-built users are the most susceptible to viruses. And having a device that you almost can guarantee is going to be tied to a credit card, and thus probably have that credit card information saved because it's a Steam Deck, that's a pretty tempting target. You know, that's kind of the thing with a lot of malware. It's going after basically priority targets. You have to have value to the malware creator for them to even care. Like, that's not to say you can't get malware if you know, aren't a priority target, but like, you're not really going to be, say, receiving a lot of malware emails if you haven't had your, you know, information leaked at some point in the past. I don't even know where the station would be. I don't see a wait station. Oh, what is this road? Oh, it's way up there. Yeah, I'd hope I could bypass that. Ah, the trailer's taking damage. That's gonna cost me. What is this road? Okay. More stoplights. The fact that I'm apparently in second gear right now. Does this thing just not have a first gear? And like, I swear if like the what customization exists for Linux is basically just, well, you can mod things easier. That's not an argument for using an operating system. I'm sorry, it's not. Like, especially where, like, when it comes to, say, like, let's use an example. Firefox browser, open source. It's probably a go-to Linux browser, I would guess, because it is open source and they like their open source stuff. Well, there's nothing you can customize on Linux in Firefox that I couldn't also do on Windows. Or on Apple. Assuming you can even download Firefox on an Apple device. You may not be able to. I need to pull out. I don't need to, but I want to, because I want to get past this thing. You're gonna let me in. I'm heavier than you are. Like, I honestly, I don't believe Linux is ever going to take off until it has the same functionality as Windows. That is realistically the only way that is ever going to happen. Because, like, I know I've used myself as the example piece before, but I will reiterate this again. I could not use Linux. My video editing software does not work on Linux. And I require that software. I can't not use it. Well, I mean, I could probably try to find an equivalent, but it wouldn't be as good. Like, that's the problem. I would literally have to give up on the editing software I know and am comfortable with to use something completely new to me that the whole while I'm probably just going to be sitting there going, man, I wish I could just be using Sony Vegas right now. Otherwise, I'd have to dual boot. And if I'm booting back into Windows to edit videos and stuff like that, why would I not just use Windows in the first place? I still have it installed. I may as well just use it. Add to that, you know, some of the games I play don't work well on Linux, or don't work at all because they contain anti-cheats. Which, once again, I would need to have a dual boot of Windows just to play those games. And if I'm already booting into Windows to play some games, why would I not just run Windows? Like, at that point, you can't even use the argument of, well, Linux is free. Because if you have to dual boot into Windows to run programs to, you know, do the things you want to do on a computer, unless you go through the process I went through to acquire Windows, you're still paying for Windows. So, you know, the argument of Linux is free kind of goes out the window. If you still have to pay for Windows to do everything you want to do, you may as well just pay for Windows and use Windows. Which also throws the, oh, well, Linux doesn't spy on you out the window. Because, well, if you're still having to boot into Windows, you're still being spied on by Windows whenever you're doing the things you require Windows for. Of which there's even ways around that with Windows. It's basically build your own ISO for installing Windows and just remove all of the spyware that's built into Windows. Problem solved. I cannot in good conscience suggest you download an alternate ISO made by someone else, because quite simply, I don't know what's in that ISO, you don't know what's in that ISO. There could literally be malware baked into it. And at that point, you may as well have just went with Windows. Like a regular Windows ISO. It is very much just one of those things of like, you may as well just go with Windows. I really can't think of a scenario where going with Windows would be the bad choice. Like, even when it comes to, you know, Macs and their professional software, you can generally find equivalents on Windows. And the more people use Windows for professional grade stuff, the more professional grade software is going to exist. I have a feel most of these traffic accidents are not my fault. People are getting way too close to this big-ass trailer. And I mean, when it comes to Linux, that becomes even more true of just use Windows. Because, like, basically nothing Apple-specific runs on Linux. And you can't even reliably dual-boot Apple anymore. So, literally, you're running Linux as an alternative to Windows, if you're running it at all. And unless you do things using exclusively open source freeware, basically, and you barely game, and you never play online games, like, unless you fall into that camp, you're always just going to be better off with Windows, because you're dual booting Windows anyway to do the things you can't do on Linux. And that's kind of the problem. There just isn't a reason to run Linux, so no one runs Linux. But because no one runs Linux, no one's developing a reason to run Linux. And developers aren't going to go out of their way most of the time to build in Linux compatibility, because it's just not worth it for them. You know, if let's just imagine one developer spends a year making something Linux compatible. Well, that's now probably $50,000 to $60,000 that company now has to make back from that Linux version, or else it was a waste of money. And there just aren't that many Linux users. Like, that is something that has been outright stated before by industry professionals, that the Linux user base of their stuff tends to be in the 0.01% range. That is why they don't try to build in Linux support, is because even the things that do don't see a return on that support. Like, never use your phone while driving. I just need a calculator. Like, even imagining someone, you know, a minimum wage intern somewhere worked on that Linux support. And it took them 4 weeks to do. On Canadian, the rough average Canadian minimum wage of, averaging all of our provinces and coming out with roughly $15 an hour, that's $2,400 that they would need to make back off of the Linux version of whatever this is to break even on it. Companies aren't in the business of breaking even. They're in the business of making money. And a program being open source, as most Linux programs are, well, if it's open source, you can't put any sort of copy protection on it. Because now it's not open source anymore. Now it's only semi-open. Because the copy protection is there to, prevent you from seeing everything and just making an identical copy of whatever it is. Which is also why anti-cheats don't tend to work on Linux, or if they do, they are closed off. I'm actually going to skip this track because I don't need Christmas music right now. Not that I have anything against Christmas, it's not really even close to Christmas. In either direction, going back in time or ahead in time. Like, making an open source anti-cheat is basically the equivalent of taping your house key next to your front door on the outside of your house. Like, yeah, your door's locked, but the key's right there. And that $2,400 thing isn't completely accurate because there's taxes and stuff, so the person actually working isn't seeing that money, but the company is spending that money. And that's only assuming 1 month. If it's only one intern, it's probably going to take them a lot more than 1 month. And every new intern you add, well, now you're adding an extra $2,400. That's why a lot of the time you just don't see Linux support for stuff, is the cost to return is just not there. Which, as I've already even mentioned this stream, is a bit of a catch-22. The support isn't there because the Linux version of stuff isn't there, so no one's using Linux. But no one's making stuff for Linux because no one's using Linux. It's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, ultimately, I don't think I'm ever going to leave Windows. Like, in the past, before I found Sony Vegas, and when I was still using a totally legitimate copy of Adobe Premiere on Windows, I had considered getting a Mac at some point for video editing. But now that I found Sony Vegas, I don't need that anymore. I'm perfectly happy with Windows now. There is nothing another operating system can do, Windows cannot do, that I would need. And like back when it was more possible, I had considered dual booting Mac on a PC. Hello, car. I did not even see him in the rear view, and he was not slowing down, I guess. But now that that's virtually impossible, there's no reason for me to even consider it anymore. Not helped by Hackintoshes were reportedly not the easiest things to make work anyway. Like, Windows would have to do something absurdly stupid to make me not use them anymore. And, like, I'm the type of person that, for Linux to explode, you'd have to convince. And I don't mean I'm popular, so I would convince people to go to Linux. No, I mean, I feel I'm pretty average when it comes to computer users. I'm the type of person you have to convince to migrate to Linux for Linux to really take off. Because I am the average idiot. And quite simply, I don't see it. Like, a thing that might get me to move to Linux is if Windows starts implementing, like, refresh rate requirements. You know, you have to have a monitor of such and such a refresh rate. Or, you know, you have to have a monitor that's 4K. Like, if they start doing shit like that, yeah, I'm gone. Because I can't afford that. I'm running a over a decade-old computer monitor and a cheap TV as my two displays. Both of which are not even native 1080p displays, as I have discovered, thanks to setting up this computer and having access to the AMD Adrenalin software. These are both like 1330 by 720 or 13 something by 720. Like, they're not 1080p displays. Natively. They can be upscaled to it. But they're not native 1080p. So, like, if Windows 12, for instance, has absurd requirements like that, then yeah, I might actually consider Linux. It would have to be a pretty heavy consider because, you know, Windows 11 is going to last for a while, and presumably that would not go over well with Windows users at all, and Microsoft would roll that requirement back. Because that's the funny thing. If a Windows version is truly ever bad, as we learned with Windows 8, Microsoft does what it can to make it better. Like, Windows 8 was awful when it first released. And then 8.1 happened, which was a lot better. Wasn't perfect, but it was better. And that's all that mattered. It made Windows 8 usable. Like, if Windows 12 releases and is absolutely crap, you can almost guarantee Microsoft is going to update it. They're going to fix it. Windows 11, when it came out, was objectively crap. And they changed it. They fixed it, for the most part. Like, that's the thing. There's never going to be a Windows version that is so bad that people aren't gonna use it, that Microsoft will not fix. Because Microsoft is in the business of making money. You don't make money if people don't buy your product. You know, it's like all the Overwatch YouTubers who absolutely hated Overwatch, but the moment Overwatch 2 came out, you know, they're suddenly interested again because people are interested again, and they're in the business of making money. Let's see how much I've lost to the damage. Nothing. It did not cost me anything for that little amount of damage. Okay, this will give me longer distance. Yeah, this will give me deliveries to anywhere. So screw it, let's do that. I like long deliveries. I probably shouldn't because they take forever, but I like them. No. How about you? Oh, hey, it's taking me basically right back the way I just came. How about you? That's to a new spot. Actually, I think I've been there before, but... I need to eventually get the Texas and Montana DLCs. It's taking me through somewhere I haven't been, so... The job is right here. I need fuel, though. My music has also stopped. I can get fuel with the load. I mean, I was doing it with the last one, so... Let's see, where does this go? Jesus. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. And my game just crashed. Oh, it's crashing so much more after this update. I think it does have something to do with the update. Don't you like it when you're driving your truck and then just the world crashes? It's a real bummer. At least the game autosaves. So I don't have to worry about anything being lost. Yep, don't want quick jobs. I don't need to be doing quick jobs anymore. And hey, this is even still here. And so is this. Yeah, I'll still take this job. Yeah, I think it was the GPS that got confused and caused the crash. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's just this job is bugged. I don't know. Oh, this isn't going to work out too well. Well, I need fuel anyway. So what I'll do is get stuck. What I will do is I will just go this way. so I can go and get fuel. But that does seem kind of out of my way. Yeah, I've probably got the gas to get to the next fuel station. I gotta remember, I have a big fuel tank, so... But, like, past even, like, convincing me to use Linux, like, another subset of people you have to convince if you want Linux to take off is, you know, like, imagine this, convince your parents. Convince your parents to use Linux. You probably can. I mean, for a lot of people, you probably had a hard time convincing your parents to upgrade their version of Windows. Imagine trying to convince them to swap operating systems. Yeah, let's take you and put you on an operating system you're not familiar with. That'll work out. Oh yeah, there's a gas station right along this way. I could actually probably make this trip on the fuel I've got. Because I got 1,800 kilometers in me, and this trip is only 711. I'm going to try it. Man, these lights are very inconvenient. I mean, like, it's... Well, I mean, a big step to people using Linux as well is another of the group of people you have to convince Linux is a good operating system. And that is the OEMs themselves. You have to convince that OEM to take less profit to sell a computer. Why I say that is because, like, Dell, they sell computers with Linux on them, specifically servers and big office computers. I can guarantee you they would love to sell that with Windows on it instead, because they'd make just that little bit more money. And as I have said multiple times, they're in the business of making money. That is all they care about. I mean, the stuff that you can buy from Dell that has Linux on it is already absurdly expensive. And you could literally build it yourself a lot cheaper. But that's not the point of those systems. They're there for the people who really can't afford to be building their own systems. Like enterprise deployments. They can't afford to be building every new system themselves. You know, they can't stop and build every new, you know, server chassis. They kind of need those to just come pre-built. You know, they're big office computers running absurdly powerful hardware. They need those to just work right out of the box. They can't take the time to stop and build them, because time is money, and those customers are also in the business of making money. And I mean, there are companies out there who make pre-built computers using Linux. And I looked into a couple of them because I was talking with a friend who was, you know, we were talking about this kind of thing. And yeah, they're absurdly expensive. Literally for the price of, like, the price difference between literally just building it yourself and this company building it for you was something like a close to 100% markup. Just for it to be a pre-built Linux machine, basically. Which kind of defeats the purpose of buying a pre-built Linux machine, because you would think, voice cracks, you would think it would be cheaper. Given, you know, you're not having to buy the Windows license, and given these are third-party OEMs, they're definitely having to buy Windows licenses at full price if they're using them. You would think that the Linux option would be cheaper by around $100, because that's the price of a Windows key. But they aren't. They're more expensive by a lot. Like, I could actually throw together on one of them, and I forget the maker. It doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, they're allowed to charge whatever people are going to pay them for the product and service they are offering. But I built an exact, like, it was literally, I built an exact replica of one of the computer builds I was going to buy. And the price on my end would have been, like, to just build it myself, was something like $1,300. Getting it from these guys was almost $3,000. And it was not $3,000 worth of stuff. As mentioned, it was only like $1,300. But this company was also incredibly pretentious and, like, stereotypical Californian hippie type company, where, like, yeah, bro, totally just send us your old computer parts and we'll recycle them for you. It's good for the environment. Look at the wood accents on our computers. Ethically sourced pine or whatever, man. We got ethically sourced wood accents on our computer cases, bro. Because, like, man, they be sick. Like, okay. Like, that's the kind of thing that, you know, this company was doing. Which is probably why their stuff was so expensive. Like, I won't try and pretend otherwise. It was... A lot of it was probably just their pretentious, like, wood accents and crap that really aren't needed. And you can guarantee no one was buying those computers for. Right, this is stoplights, not a stop sign. Oh man, stoplights into stoplights, my favorite. My favorite of the things on the highway. Oh man, stoplights into stoplights into stoplights. That's probably gonna lead into more stoplights. Hey, at least it gives me a chance to grab some soda. Because, you know. Can you tell I'm left-handed? I just did that without even thinking. So I apologize for bumping the mic. Yeah, I did finish it off. I'd opened a can of soda last night, just couldn't remember if I'd actually finished it. And also, I will say, in case any of my regular viewers end up seeing this specific part of the stream, I will be trying, like, I'm gonna try to stream Splatoon more often, soon-ish. Because, like, I know that's what the majority of my viewers know me for, is Splatoon. And I just have not streamed Splatoon, really, in a very long time. And, like, I do still want to play it, it's just... I don't know, there's something about Splatoon 3 that I find it difficult to motivate myself to play it. I almost feel like it's because I feel like I'm very crap at the game. I kind of am. And, like, the only way I'm gonna get better at it is playing it. Like, it definitely feels like the Splatoon 3 matchmaker is different from the previous games. Especially, like, from reading through, like, the Reddit and such. Where people will mention, like, yeah, I'll have, like, a few good games in a row, and then suddenly I'm losing every game. I get the feeling, especially in, like, game modes where your teammates are changing around a lot. A lot of what that is... I'm going this way. Screw your sign. I would have went on the other side of that, but I couldn't. Man, they really parked in the worst spot. Like, it honestly feels like they have a matchmaker that's trying to make a 50-50 matchmaker, basically. Like, it feels like they actually have that kind of a matchmaker in place. Which sucks, because that means that literally, no matter how good you get at the game, you're gonna not feel like you're any better, because it's just gonna be a lot of win-loss, 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 win-loss over and over and over again. Let's see if that will mix. And, like, that's the problem with matchmakers that try to balance you based on skill, is you literally just run into the problem of everyone's just winning and losing all the time. Like, there's no, like, win streaks that could realistically happen, because you win a match and it's going to place you against better players who are then probably going to beat you unless you've lost, and then you'll win again, and it's like, it's just an endless cycle. It's usually never that extreme, but the idea is there. You never actually get to feel like you're doing good. And that's why, like, anytime with, say, World of Warships, people suggest that, oh, Wargaming needs to implement a win rate-based matchmaker. No, they don't. Because with the current system in World of Warships, your win rate is actually a good reflection of how good you are as a player. Because your win rate is a reflection of how much impact you're making on your team. You know, if you have a above 50% win rate, well, that means that you are helping your team win more often than you're helping it lose. If you have an under 50% win rate, that means you're helping your team lose more than you're helping your team win. Now, a lot of the people that want the win rate-based matchmaker tend to have an under 50% win rate, think that they're unstoppable gods at the game, and that it's the matchmaker screwing them over. Even though it's not. Oh, excuse me. Like, there's even a lot of people who use, like, matchmaking monitor and be like, yes, look, see? This one match, the enemy team had a lot of, like, high win rate players. It was obviously rigged against us. And yet they'll ignore all of the times leading up to that their team had that. It's a bit funny like that. Humans are funny, silly creatures. And we don't remember the hugs we get. We remember the punch to the face. And to them, that enemy team having a lot of high win rate players and them losing was the punch to the face. All of the wins they had before that, that doesn't matter. Those don't count. Those are because of their skill, not the team's. You know. Like, I know how that type of person works and thinks, because I grew up with multiple of them. The moment they start losing, the game's rigged against them. But as long as they're winning, then it's perfectly fine and fair and balanced. Like, one of my older siblings, I don't think even if I were to ask them if they would want to play StarCraft with me anymore. Because the last time we played StarCraft 2 together, I basically showed them how redundant they were to be on my team. You know, because we did a 3v3, both of us and an AI versus 3 brutal AIs. And I basically had that game won before they'd even left their base. Like, and I was just testing a completely new to me strategy of Marine Marauder Medvac. Like, I had never done that before. I'm a Zerg main. Like, I had did that with the idea of, well, this will maybe make them have more of a purpose to be here. But, like, that basically just led to, well, that strategy's broken. Like, no, it's not even that powerful of a strategy. I'm actually using a strategy that isn't turtle up, let the AI come to me. I'm taking the fight to the AI. I could be wrong. Maybe they would play StarCraft more. I actually remember shortly after StarCraft 2 went free to play, having a match with both of my older brothers and basically going easy on them. And, like, I could have so easily won that match, but I basically gave it to them because I know how both of them are. They're basically the people I grew up with that can't, you know, the moment they lose, everything's unfair, you know. And I had, I basically Banshee rushed them. Both of them at the same time. As, you know, Terran. And once again, I'm a Zerg player. I'm not even that efficient at Banshee Rush. And I could have stopped and killed all of their workers and won the match right there. But I didn't because I felt bad. Like... But the thing is, I know my doing that didn't teach them anything either. It basically just made them both go, well, those are broken. You know. Even though there are ways around... You know, there are ways to counter a Banshee Rush. And one of them is simply to scout your opponent and see it coming. Like... The Zerg have probably the easiest time, because just Overlord to detect and a Hydralisk or two, and you've got it. Or even just a Spore Tower, and you've got it. You're protected. Protoss, it's just a Photon Cannon. That does require you to build towards Photon Cannons, and you're not always gonna want to do that. But, like... The Terrans have it kind of the hardest because they have to build their missile launcher, which doesn't serve a purpose other than hitting air units. The Spore Tower doesn't really serve a purpose other than that either, but at least it's a bit easier to get. I mean, I still came really close to winning that match, even after feeling bad, pulling my Banshees back, and transitioning to building into, I think it was Thor's, just because I could. And, like, I had done a similar thing in the past as well, back when we all played StarCraft Brood War. I had basically Wraith rushed with the same premise. Rush to Wraiths, rush to the Wraith Cloak, kill your opponent's workers, and if they've not done anything up until that point to stop you, you win. You just win. Because you'll be so much further ahead. on resources and workers that there is just nothing they can do. Like, you basically put yourself at an initial disadvantage to gain the late game advantage. That's effectively how that strategy works. And against an experienced, skilled player, it doesn't work. Because all they have to do is scout you, see it coming, and, well, you've put yourself at such a disadvantage to rush for Banshees that you basically then have to try to rush to transition into something else while having a reduced worker count because a lot of your initial minerals have to go towards rushing to Banshees. Because Cloak takes a while to research. You need to get that started really fast, or else it just doesn't work. And I'd learned most of this stuff from watching Total Biscuit and his commentating of StarCraft matches. Rest in peace, Total Biscuit. We all miss you. Well, I'm sure there are people in the games industry that don't miss him, but that's because he actually had these funny things called ethics and would call out scummy business practices. It's not even like the strategies I was ever using were even that advanced. I mean, like I said, Banshee rushing is not something you do at an advanced level. It's a Bronze League strategy, like, and it works in Bronze, and it works against inexperienced players. Which, at that point, me and my older siblings were, but the fact I was doing that more just made them go, oh, StarCraft 2's stupid. Banshees are overpowered. I mean, the Wraith Rush I did years before that also made them go, Brood War's stupid now. Like, you know, it was never them that was the problem. It was the strategy being implemented against them that was the problem. So, like, I know how this type of person thinks, because, as mentioned, I grew up with that type of person. For a short while, I was that type of person. Because that's what happens when you grow up around people like that. You tend to adopt that personality. Thankfully, I grew out of it. Honestly, if I never had, I probably wouldn't have got as far as I did in StarCraft Competitive. Because I wouldn't have thought I was ever the problem. When in my early Diamond struggles, I was the problem. Because, well, I didn't know good strategies for Diamond or above. I'd only really stopped to learn things like, you know, Mutalisk rushes, the evolution of the Zergling rush. The Zergling rush in of itself was a good Bronze League strategy, even a good Silver League strategy. Yeah, it's the same with, like, World of Warships. If I'd never grown out of that mentality, my win rate would probably suck. As it is, it's above average, without having to play overpowered ships to get there. Because in a case like World of Warships, playing an overpowered ship can make up for a skill deficit. It just can. Before I grab another job, and excuse me. Burping a lot. I don't know why I'm burping a lot. I mean, I'm drinking soda, but like, I'm not usually this gassy from soda. Ooh, one for the mouse. I also don't think I'll ever really go back to StarCraft. Not seriously, anyway. Which I know I just talked a lot about StarCraft, but like, it was way too much of a toll on my wrists. To the point where, like, I still can't really do things for a long period of time that require, like, a lot of keyboard. Like, I can't type for a long period of time because my wrists will start hurting. My forearms as well. I probably gave myself at least the beginnings of carpal tunnel. Mostly just because I wasn't practicing good, safe play. You know, I was never like massaging my wrists or anything. That's a long trip. Titles. Could carry some sand. That's a good... that's in the middle of nowhere. That'll take me through a new place. I just don't know if I want to do another long trip, because it's already been like 3.5 hours. Yeah, this one's a pretty good value. I think my music just paused again. You know, I almost just don't care at this point. I've had to reset it so many times. Wait. Where am I? Where am I going for this job? Oh, it was right there. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, stop sign. This is gonna be interesting. Glad I took this job. Oh, I don't actually have to pull it from all the way down there. I can just... It's just over there. Getting that's still gonna be... Oh, no, it's not gonna be as interesting as I thought. It's pretty wide open. Now that the music isn't playing and I noticed it stop, it's kind of bothering me there's no music, so I think I'll turn the music back on. It's still really annoying that I have to do that every freaking... This is like 4 times in not that long. I mean, it's been 3.5 hours, but still, like, it's a lot more often than I should have to do this, YouTube. I mean, I shouldn't have to do this at all, but at the same time, I do understand the reasoning. It's still just really annoying, though. Oh, fire hydrant. Am I still stuck on the fire hydrant? Yes. And it feels nice actually being able to kind of accelerate up hills. I actually feel mildly confident going the speed limit with this thing. Look at me go. Going fast now. Blue vehicle, speed up. Jesus Christ. Speed up or slow down. That same thing applies to that truck up there causing the right-hand traffic to be so slow. is just speed up. The truck limit is 121. You can go it. I mean, limit's reducing up here, I guess. That's 05? Yeah. Oh, I need to be in that lane. Why? Okay, then. It just stopped. For no reason. This will probably be the last trip of the stream, because it'll probably take me close to 4 hours, maybe even 4.5 hours. And that's more than long enough for a stream. But yeah, like, for Linux to ever take off, like, fully, properly take off, to the point where people want it to, it's going to have to come a long way. And, like, it already has, but it's not come far enough. And it still has a long way to go. Like, it's getting better. But it needs to be getting better at the rate of the Intel Arc graphics cards, not the rate Linux has been getting better, which is basically to be kind of crap for everything except hosting a server on for decades upon decades until a big company comes along and goes, okay, time to get you going. Come on. It's time to be an operating system. Like, it's one of those cases of... I'd have to actually go back and check the video again, but I'm pretty sure my new computer is actually more powerful than the personal computer of the guy who runs, like, the main guy behind Linux. Like, there's a reason for that. He doesn't game. That's why Linux is so crap at gaming. He's also a computer operating system developer who never wants to hear his computer, ever. Which I'll never understand that one. This, like, desire to never hear that your computer is even turned on. Like, why? Why do you want that? Like, even running my computer off its speakers, like, while playing something kind of intensive, I can never hear the computer over the speakers, and the speakers ain't that loud. Like, I could understand it if computer parts were still screechy and whiny, but they're not. That old R4 Dell power supply I had was, but that's because it's old. And it probably wouldn't have actually been all that bad if I could have put it inside the computer. Hello, Starbright Knight. Indeed, room. I'm doing alright. How are you? We're just sitting here rambling about computer stuff because I have nothing else to ramble about. That's good to hear. It's always good to hear that people are doing well.
Hey there, Pit Stain. You know I can call you the same thing, right? Let's do this!
I will note, just because I don't want you getting your hopes up too much if you're thinking this stream's going to go on much longer, this is going to be my last trip of the stream because I'm getting close to 4 hours of being live and my throat is going to feel this. It already kind of is. But this is going to probably be another like 20 minutes or so. Half hour. Probably longer. If the game pulls this too much, definitely longer. Man, my truck actually stops now. Kind of. I say that as I blast right through. I thought it would stop a little more. I mean, ideally, that's what I'd like to do at those wait stations, because they're so freaking annoying. And as long as I'm going like 5 or 6 kilometers an hour, I can still weigh and keep going, but... it's not the easiest to hit. That truck is going just fast enough to be annoying. Yeah, a lot of trucks will do that around here too. I mean, with how long it tends to take them to go from 0 to, you know, even 30 again, I can't blame them for not fully stopping. Yeah. Like when I was still going to school, when I was but a youngin', my bus driver, depending on what bus they stuck him with, would sometimes do that as well. But that's partially because one of the buses, it struggled to climb what we dubbed McDonald's Hill. Bet you can't guess why it was called that. There might have been a McDonald's on the hill. We were very inventive people in the middle of nowhere. But, yeah, he'd basically have to do rolling stops. Otherwise, this poor bus, it would cry so much. Like, there was actually one point this bus ended up stalling out on the hill. Which, as you can imagine, to the kids was fun. To that poor bus driver, that was probably the most stressful few minutes of his life. Thankfully, because it was early in the morning, there was no other traffic on the road, because it's the middle of nowhere. I grew up in a place called Digby in Nova Scotia. I don't live there now, which is the only reason why I'm even saying that. Like, yeah. That place is firmly in the middle of nowhere. And yet somehow I've met so many people online that know about it because of its weed. Because leave it to the internet. I don't know if I need to be in this lane or not. Doesn't look like it. Wait, yes I do. Ah, jeez. Yo, what's up, little black car? And anyone watching this right now is probably very glad I do not have my license. But then again, a real GPS doesn't just have roads magically stop like that to confuse you. So, yeah. Yeah, he basically just ended up backing the bus back down the hill, backing up a fairway, and then giving it another go, like at just full forcing it. Yeah, and then also randomly, as you're going across the bridge, the GPS will also just go, turn right. No, thank you. I'm good. Yeah, that was clearly a moment where Hal just wanted you dealt with. I can't hear any of those GPS voices and not just think of HAL 9000, 2001: A Space Odyssey. I feel like the limit's about to go back up. Yeah. Like, I'm sure GPSs are better now, but like I have no experience with them other than like games like this and Robin Williams jokes. That's about it. So because I don't drive. I'd love to have a car. I'd love to have a license. I just don't have the money for it. At all. There has been multiple times in my life I've been close to owning a car. The first time I was actually still in school, and it was a classmate who was gonna sell me his old car, which I knew going in was going to be a handful, but he basically decided, based on the knowledge I had of cars, wasn't a good idea to sell me this car. It was too much of a project. There was no way I could have figured it out, and he was probably right. So I wasn't gonna argue with him on it. Oh, there's a stoplight. I was supposed to be like, wait, why has everything stopped? It's because there's a stoplight on this highway. Because thank you, America. I'm sure Canada does this too, but I've never seen it. This doesn't scream Accident Central or anything. Nah. Why would it do that? Or why would I think that, I should say? Oh, excuse me. I should not be this gassy. Oh boy, more stoplights. My favorite thing. Past the white line. Probably actually turn my high beams off finally. It is daytime. Alright, you too. Deploy more stoplights. Oh, and this is one of the annoying sets that has the turn on a different light. I love this guy. It's so nice. No way! Yeah, it's probably a good thing the stream's gonna be ending soon because I do have to use the washroom. Yeah, just remember one of the most, at least to me, interesting things about the Steam analytics. I meant to mention earlier, I just haven't. Oh, didn't. And it's more to do with the change of the most prominent graphics card now. And that's that apparently, and that's say apparently, 'cause I mean based on the Steam analytics, this is accurate. China has a lot of 3060s. And from Googling, yeah, a lot of them are probably old Bitcoin mining cards from when the Chinese government cracked down on crypto mining and basically caused all the crypto miners in China to dump their graphics cards onto the market. The majority of them were using 3060s. So you would get really cheap 3060s in China. So basically every gamer just has a 3060 from the looks of it. Not every gamer. So it did only jump like 8-9% or so. It's still a big jump. Like, it went from almost an unused card on Steam to like the most used card just from the addition of the Chinese players. And I will say again, for anyone that did not hear me mentioning it earlier, that does mean that, you know, if you're running really dated hardware and want to still play new games, you may want to consider upgrading soon-ish. Based on the development cycle of games, you've probably got, I'd say, at least 2 years where any new game coming out will probably not be at, you know, not increase in specs too much. Past that, however, you're gonna want something better. And that goes kind of doubly so for laptop users, because laptop hardware itself tends to be weaker than desktop hardware, so just because your laptop says it has, say, a 3060 in it, does not mean you actually have a 3060. Just kind of another thing, there is a SKU of 3060s from China I learned about that are basically repurposed laptop GPUs put in a regular looking 3060 shell, effectively. It's like they're given regular desktop fans, they're given a PCI connection, and you literally slot it into your desktop. They only have 6 gigs of RAM, but they read as a 3060. And not as a 3060 mobile or laptop GPU, as just a regular 3060, but it only has 6 gigs of VRAM. Which, as you might imagine, would be quite disappointing if you thought you were buying a 3060, and it turns out that no, you got a laptop 3060. That does mean that my my thought of basically suggesting to someone I know who's thinking of getting a new computer that if they're on a budget anyway, that they only go for a 3060 12 gig is probably fairly spot on, because that'll definitely be the go-to card for a while. I mean, the 1650 lasted a very long time as one of, if not the most popular card on Steam, and probably would still be in that slot had Steam not opened to the Chinese market finally. Well, officially opened to the Chinese market. They were always there. There was always a simplified Chinese version of Steam. Well, I suppose it wasn't always, but there has been for quite a while. And honestly, to anyone getting a new computer, I couldn't, unless they're really dead set on NVIDIA products, I couldn't suggest any NVIDIA products, but you know, some people are just really brand loyal. I have not. Like, the only quote-unquote brand I'm loyal to, it's more products I'm loyal to, like Sony Vegas. That's because Sony Vegas just makes sense. Like, I'm sure I could stop and fiddle with other editing programs and rig them up with very similar shortcuts and hotkeys to what Sony Vegas has. Or I could just use Sony Vegas. I own it. Why wouldn't I use it? Like... You know, I can't even overly say I'm brand loyal to Microsoft with Windows because, well, if an operating system came along that could do exactly what Windows does, but be less annoying, you can bet I would use that in a heartbeat. Because, quite simply, Windows is annoying. It always has been. Like, my old computer, I forget the exact version of Windows it's running. Like, the version number. But it updated once after I bought it. And that was enough for me to go, nah. And I turned off the update service. So it's running, you know, on its hard drive is a version of Windows from, like, 2019. Because I hate mandatory updates. And I know somewhere in there was a big security update for Windows, but eh. It never affected me any to not update it. Because I don't go on sketchy websites. And once that was patched, and, well, people knew, you know, knew to update, and most people don't turn off mandatory updating anyway. Because it's such a hassle to turn off, because you have to turn off... You need to disable the service for the Windows Update repairer, then disable Windows Update. Because if you don't, it'll just turn Windows Update back on before you disable the repairer, and then you need to disable Windows Update again. So you're better stop just doing it in the order of disable the repairer, then disable Windows Update. It's really easy to do. Once you know how to do it, it's just knowing how to do it. It's the problem. But, like, once that had been patched and it was known that it was patched, I highly doubt there was many things out there looking to target that vulnerability, because you're better off moving on to targeting a new vulnerability. Like, I do get viruses and malware and such don't, you know, they're not just targeting a single thing. They tend to target a wide range of things. But, like, major specific security vulnerabilities don't seem to get targeted that often once they've been patched. Because it's not worth your effort anymore. It's been patched. The chances that someone, especially on Windows 10 or 11, that hasn't updated to the fixed version is so low that, like, it's just not even really... I was going like 1 kilometer an hour over. Oh well. I got money. I'm a millionaire. What do I care about speeding tickets? I'm rich. The laws don't apply to me as equally. Ah, social commentary. But, like, as long as you don't go on sketchy websites, not updating your Windows for security updates is not a big deal. I mean, yeah, sure, I was still vulnerable. But, like, I wasn't vulnerable in a way that I would have actually experienced any problems. Because I don't go on sketchy websites. I don't click on links I don't trust. Like, and I run an ad blocker. There was literally basically no vulnerability left on my system. And there isn't on my current system either. Because I still follow the same practices. Even though I haven't actually turned off Windows Update yet. It hasn't annoyed me yet. The moment it annoys me, it's getting turned off. When that happens, I don't know. But when it does, it's dead. Oh, it must be stoplights or something. No? Okay. I had seen my trip. Wow, it was pretty spot on that it would take me to like 4 hours in. I'm getting pretty good at that. I mean, one thing I have noticed is that Windows 11 doesn't seem to update as often as Windows 10 did. Which was part of the reason why I disabled the Windows 10 updates in the first place, was they were happening so often. Hey, my music paused. Like, it was really annoying. Like, it was a case of, Windows would update, and then a day or two later, it wanted to update again. Like, guys, just give it a rest. There's no need to update that often. But that's how often Windows 10 would update. At least back when I got sick of it and then disabled the update service. Which a lot of that just comes down to quirks about me. I can't stand total silence. I just can't. My brain starts going wild and I just cannot handle it. So I sleep to sound. If you're not up to tell Windows not to update when it wants to update, it updates and restarts your computer, which turns off your sound. That was really the main sticking point for me with Windows 10's updates, was they would happen at random times of the day. They didn't really care what you were doing. They wanted to update, and they were updating. And I'm sorry, Microsoft, but this is my computer, not yours. I get to choose when it updates. If it updates. That is my opinion on that. My choice to not update is my own choice. I am taking my computer's security into my own hands at that point. Though, let's be honest, updating is taking your computer's security into your own hands as well, because there's no guarantee that that update isn't adding a vulnerability to Windows. You don't know what that update's doing. Which is one thing of, like, I wouldn't overly mind Windows updates as much if Microsoft would tell you what they're updating, why they're updating. But they really don't. Or if they do, it's so obscured that you still really just don't know why the update's even happening. Like, they'll give you patch notes occasionally if you go looking for them. But a lot of the times, at least when I would go looking for the Windows 10 patch notes, most of the patch notes were for things like updated stuff involving the Microsoft Store that I don't use. Why do I need that? I don't use it. It's because I'm using Windows 10. But I don't use the Microsoft Store. Never have. Like, okay. But yeah, that is going to be it for today. I will try to be back to streaming tomorrow as well. And like I said, last stream and probably multiple streams. I know I say that every time. I do actually hope to be back streaming tomorrow. It just might not happen. Thank you all very much for watching, and hopefully I shall see you back here tomorrow or the next stream, whichever happens first. Well, whichever happens. See you all then.